That looks good. What's up, folks? Yeah, before I get to the actual content of today's stream, I'm off to deliver some milk. The folks of Sodor need their milk. And who other than Percy can do the job? Although last time I'm not even pressing the acceleration. I think it's a downhill from here, that's why. Oh yeah, it's definitely downhill. Well, at least I'm not going over the speed limit, so that should be fine. It's a nice evening in Sodor. What's the actual time? No, the time here is in-game time. It's now 9:40. Funny how they chose military time for a game like this. But then again, there is an option. This is the same game that gives you an option to change the metric system, but not the time. What the heck is a kilometer? I don't know. That's a lot. Oh, that's what a lot of Americans ask. Percy's lights are not even on. It's not even the brightest light, but hey, better than nothing. Oh, but on my capture card, it's a lot darker. Hang on a second. Oh, here's the brightness setting. Well, wait, hang on. I'm getting close to my stop. The milk is on its way. Oh. Alright, hang on a second. See if I can change the... Whoa, I only changed the brightness. Huh. It's weird. I only moved it like 1 inch and it looks like this. Yeah, hang on a second. What kind of filters does it have? No, I should probably not even touch any of these. Oh, well, let me go back to... I only adjusted one bit and then it just suddenly goes looks like that. Huh. It's funny. Oh well. Guess it can't be helped. The milk has been delivered. Let's see if there's any collectibles here, because I don't think I've ever stopped by to this station. Oh, I found one. You can even go behind. Huh. But not nowhere further than that, yeah. What does this say? Passengers must not cross the line except by means of the footbridge. Indeed. They put glass? Huh. There's definitely a path here. It's a dead end, but you know, I'm kind of curious what happens when I reach to the end of the line there. Let's add another Percy, but this time just by himself. What's that noise? Sounds like there's another train nearby. Weird. Where does the end of the line take me? Or how will it look like when I get there? Something tells me though they're gonna, if I had to take a guess, since it's the end of the line, maybe there's nothing yet. Oh geez, that's probably why there's nothing on the end of the line. Or what they're trying to prevent you from going. Perhaps DLC? Because notice how the end of the line, it's just like that. Same thing with this. Maybe somewhat, and yeah, there's even a signal. Maybe, yeah, they are planning like DLC. Chances are, most likely that's going to be the case. That's my destination. Open the gates. No? Oh! You can't stop, Percy! Oh no, you reached the edge of the represented area. Well, now you know. Except Percy is still going. Yeah, get him out of there. He's gonna crash. Oh, Percy is the one making that noise. But he should be off. Weird. Let's have... Why is Percy the one with 15 mixed trucks? That doesn't make sense. He can't pull this. Watch. Or actually, I'm not even going to go that past the signal. I'm holding the acceleration. He's not budging. Can he at least go backwards then? You can go back, pushing it. Like, pulling. Okay, no, he can pull. Just... I guess that's how you're supposed to move it. You're supposed to push it. No, yeah, push it back first and then pull it. But I'm not going to have Percy do it. I'm going to have James. Just going to couple the coaches to him. Beep, beep. Oh. Now, where to go? Let's go all the way to... since we're down here, though, that's kind of... Oh boy, how do I do this? I wonder if it's possible. Can we go there? This is an interesting GPS system. But okay, it looks like that's going to be the case. Holy smokes, yeah, 15 is long. Trucks is super long. Limit of shunt. Don't know what that sign means. Just gotta watch out for the curves. Last time I went at high speed as I was hitting the junctions. As soon as I hit the junction, Gordon went flying. His other half went Skyrim. Jeez Louise. Although in real life this is nothing. In real life, diesel trains pull like, I don't know, 20 of these, 15. Isn't this 15 actually? 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 10. No, it is 15. Plus a brake van. No, yeah, it turns out that that last piece is actually called a brake van. Why though? Wonder what's in the luggage. $13 miles. This is what the trains go through day and night, man. It's what drivers and train firemen go through. Alright, I'm gonna have to let go of the acceleration. 20. Oh, you could have said that earlier. Will they be okay? Yep, they're fine. Jeez. You can't just tell me to change my speed limit from 70 and then 20. Who's in here? I guess you can kind of simulate what it's like sitting in these coat trucks and look outside and then jump. Hope. Hope. So many tractors left behind. Express lane. Okay, 80. I'm like watching the view, not knowing that I'm going 80. Is this an uphill? I think it's an uphill. I'm allowed to go faster here. Let's go! Isn't this supposed to be called Gordon's Hill or something? Ew, what is this? Rust? Who left that there? Do these fans not feel it? It's funny how some of them have faces and some of them don't. Oh god, they're vibrating so much. 3.0 miles to go. Oh, James's thing is not on. Oh, face! Going through a tunnel. Oh, we're getting close. down. Let's see if I can reverse from here. Can I? By now it should. Time to reverse. Let's see. Alright, junction is straight. Oh man, this truck is actually long. Ooh, that's gonna be a long drive. Let's move a little forward. I have it. I have a plan, but let's see if it goes. Could have sworn these things were a lot faster. was there? Could have sworn the last turntable was more faster than this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is it going backwards? Okay then, I'm not sure what happened. Now it's going fast. Does it want me to go backwards? But I don't want to go backwards. I want to face forward. Ugh. Let's try again. Or maybe it turned around backwards because it wants me to face back. Actually, now that I think about it, other way, and let go. Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's probably why. Okay, well, while that's happening, actually, now that I think about it, oh boy, this is gonna be. All right, well, James is gonna be put in timeout for a moment. Let's see. Set path. Excuse me. Up main. Green light, let's go. And then reverse. Oh no, signal! That's fine. I'll just switch games. Till next time. Alright, switching games. That's what I get for not listening to the traffic light. Wait a minute. Is today the update? Hang on a second. I was just about to boot up ZZZ, but is the update today? I thought it was Tuesday. Hang on. Let me just check. Ah, it is today. That explains why I couldn't boot it up. It's under maintenance. But let me double check. Maintenance. Okay, that's why. Alright, so never mind. ZZZ is going through and maintenance. Gotcha. Alright, to the factory. All right, let's see. Excuse me. Got some resources to collect. Oh, hang on. Forgot to change the screen again. Anyways, yeah. Wait, hold on a sec. I don't need to use the lily pads.
존재는 우리가 아니야. 기다리고 있었다고. 허점이네. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 완전히 틀렸다고?
Oh, right. I picked up that one. Photo done.
저기 있는 적은 꽤 위험한. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 완전 틀렸네. 날 견딜 수 있을까? 분석, 기상. 인력장의 지상. 날아라. 생명력을 들고 우회. 눈노래요. 얼어붙어라. 잠깐만. 비켜봐. 데이터 수집. 꽤 하는데? 아름다운 사랑. 작전복이 망가지지.
Should probably mark this. see, where else? There and there.
손은 진작에 씻었는데 도망치세요. 축복할게요. 어디서 뭐 카메라로 찍고 있어?
우와.
이게 바로 세시카의 첨단 기술. 습관이 돼서 저도 모르게. 여기서는 잘못하나? 완전 프로같네. 진짜 맛 좀 보겠어? 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 기다리고 있었다고. 사장님은 널 견딜 수 있을까?
It's kind of hard to see that AoE with all the grass.
진리가 우리를 구속할 때 있었지.
Alright, that's all of those. There's that. Polly want a corrector?
오늘 하루 중에 가장 기쁜 일이
I think it's down below. I should probably start getting those pure essence soon.
진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요. 다들 수고하셨어요. 자, 새로운 고통을 받을 존재. 이렇게 할 수도 있구나. 잘했네. 손뼉이라도 칠까? 데이터 수집.
Man, that's slow, man.
여기 당신과 함께하기 앞서네.
Nice.
기도가 하늘에 닿았군요. 그래 그래. 너 없었으면 졌을 거야.
Hmm.
고통을 받을 존재. 맛좀 보겠어?
Let nature take its place. Take action.
감사는 됐어? 널 견딜 수 있을까? 이렇게 할 수 있구나. 참 안 됐네. 나만 없었으면 기회가 있었을 텐데. 다들 수고하셨어요. 여유롭게 가볼까나? 당신의 맛좀 보겠어? 너무 멋져. 해볼까? 괜찮네. 데이터 수집. 방금 나 좀 괜찮았지?
How much power do I have? Close to the limit. But I don't know if I need to add in any more stuff actually. Hey, wait, considering that the maintenance is happening today, because I thought it was tomorrow, that means the maintenance should be done 11? It has to be 11 p.m., right? 11 p.m. Eastern time. Time to make delivery. Where to? Oh, okay, I know where that is. In fact, I made a zip line. Not the best, but it's still worth it. Someday I might have to consider using the longer zip line. Problem is, I have not made the factory for that particular material. Maybe I should head back to Valley 4 and then consider building the material for the longer zip line. Uh-oh, my chat went a little it got disconnected a bit.
소리가 아니에요. 맛좀 보겠어? 진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요.
All right. Any other places? Just those two. Excuse me. So much space here. All right. So, what do I... How do I make that? Then... Hang on. Do I have a blueprint for that? Whoops. No, no. How do I... Oh, preview. Oh yeah, no. I definitely need to head back to the Valley 4 to do that. Maybe at the hub? No, my hub is full, but maybe I can make some space. Okay. I think I know what to do here. Needs to be fitting, yeah? Should be more closer. Or... Actually, yeah, closer. Or... Yeah, you know what? Nah, hang on. Hold on. There is already a full stack in here. It'll be a waste if I dispose it. So... No, in the long term, in the long run. Hold on. This is gonna look super awkward. Well, it's my factory and I say how it goes. Plus, don't I already have a full stack of these? Yeah, 80,000. Or... Actually, you know what? I was kind of like... against it. But, yeah, screw it. I think it might be better. Stash. Oh no, blueprint. fitting. This is facing the wrong way. Those supplies should be okay, I hope. No. Since I'm in no urgency to get these, I'll just leave them on the sideline. Plus, how many does it cost to make one of those? 20. Dang, that's a lot. Well, like I said, I'm in no rush, so I can just leave that on the sideline. Why is it only 30 per minute? That's the blue one. That's the blue one too. Could have sworn there was a couple of purples, no? But then again, I'm in... Last I checked, there's not a lot of factories now that's producing the purple stuff. In fact, some of them have already stopped moving. Yeah, clogged because it's already full. And it should be okay. I hope. I hope. Back to the other factory. In Wuling. Oh no, not here. The AIC core. Or core AIC. How's the red stuff? It's already clogged, already reached its limit. Good. Oh, you have no idea the headache I had to deal with trying to figure things out with this thing. But at least things are going smoothly. Especially on the long run. Have I maxed this out? I don't think I did. Let's go visit the Lucky Carrot. I think he should be in the Jingyu Valley. Up, up, and away! Oh no, it's already at max. Okay. What you got here? For a second there, I thought those were recipes, but no. Definitely gonna need these. Artificing on a piece of Wuling gear. But do I need bills for something else? I don't think so.
힘을 조절하는 법을 조금 더 연습해야겠어. 우리 주님이 길을 열어줄 거야.
Hang on. I leveled up. I did level up most of the weapons, didn't I? Yeah, most of it. Potential. Oh yeah, I didn't get it. What do these ones? Against staggered enemies. Okay, what about this one? There's certainly a variety of options.
제 원정은 끝나지 않았습니다. 힘이 회복되고 있습니다. 하지만
That's not even the max. It goes even further.
이제 내 실력을 알겠지? 이제 내 실력을 알겠지?
나랑 연습할 사람 없어? 아쉬운걸.
These things cost so much resources for just one character.
넓은 시야랑 풍부한 경험에다가 상상력까지 더하면 어떤 상황에서도 대처할 수 있다고.
Where is that being connected to? How is there a fluid going through?
자, 새로운 장난감이 나타나. 이거 여유롭게 가볼까나? 당신의 축복장이를 널 견딜 수 있을까? 되게 열심히네. 어디서 뭐 카메라로 찍고 있어? 결론은 차갑죠. 장난감은 준비됐어. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 기다리고 있었다고. 좋아.
Didn't I have a solidified team?
당신을 위해 기도하겠어요.
Yeah, I did. It's just a mix of nature, though.
뭔가 움직인 것 같아.
여유롭게 가볼까나? 당신을 축복할게요. 공략장은 준비됐어. 오늘 하루 중에 가장 기쁜 일이야. 도망칠 생각하지 마. 되게 열심해. 어디 진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요.
Was there anything down here?
망가지진 않았겠지.
Even a stronger enemy at least.
안 됐네. 나만 없었으면 기회가 있었을 텐데.
No. Out of bounds. They should have a function where you could like track down the enemies. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, speaking of enemies, I guess I can try doing that one challenge. Give me a second.
더 멀리
Be right back.
나아가기 위해 꼭 필요한 거야.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Hang on. Massive attack buff. Challenge accepted.
아직 준비 못한 사람이라도 있으면 어쩌려고 그러나 몰라?
Gonna try playing on the safe side. Actually, I need to refill my water. That's what I should have done also while I was when I went to check on something. Dang, that is a lot of damage. I got stuck.
훌륭한 작전이었습니다.
끊어야 할 때 결연히 싸움을 끝낼 때가 됐어.
서약의 화염!
I may be under leveled, but I'm not out.
기술은 정말 멋진데? 조심해, 얼른 물러나. 상대의 수단은 자유롭지 않아. 액션으로 계속 공격. 받아라. 끊어야 할 때 결연히 발견 받아라.
Ooh, that got hurt.
데이터 수집. 이건 어때? 지금은 여기까지. 당신과 함께.
no problem. Challenging, but no problem. Easy, sort of. Well, was a lot of damage, that's for sure. Alright, hang on. I'll be right back again. I just need to refill water. Alright, I'm back. Now refilled with water. Water. Should I try doing this? Maybe? Why not? Let's try. I do need capital and votes. Wanna know why? I have a dream.
훌륭한 작전이었습니다.
이건 없다. 발견.
원전 계속돼야 합니다.
훅. Ooh, that gotta hurt. Ooh, big boy.
기회는 없어. 정말 멋진데? 비치리라! 잘 피해. 정말 날카롭네.
Dang, got stun locked. Whoa, now he's in for it. Exactly. don't think it would be any different if I was at the level cap. Oh. That's such interesting mechanics. They will share the damage take. I think I'll be more interested in this one than the
언제든지
second one.
명령만 내려주십시오.
All eyes. But they said 2 bosses, so... Oh, right. Them. Alright, now both of them. Also, the axe guy doesn't come from me. Yeah, it doesn't come from me, but the ballista guy does. Oh, hey, Ratchet, what's up? I was about to play ZZZ, but today's the maintenance / update. I thought it was tomorrow. I swear. I guess that's what daylight saving time will do to gacha games. did I take so much hits, man? I didn't even do any damage. Oh boy, that was a little close call, but I got through. Yippee! Yeah, the epilogue, they called it. So which means, yeah, the previous update was just an interlude. Now we are entering Season 2 epilogue, which means, what day is it? Or 1 month. We're now March. So that means sometime in April, or possibly early May, will be the start. Will be the start of Season 3. And you know what that means? New locale. Expect some big changes. And of course, tons of new characters to look forward to. We've already got a tease of one character. One character that typical Hoyoverse where they're taking they're going the multiverse thing. The lady with the dark purple or blue hair. I don't think it should be of any surprise, but yes, she is at least I'm just gonna assume she's another version of Raiden Shogun. But there were already leaks of her gameplay. She apparently does not wield a katana, but a pole arm, a spear. Or something else. I actually don't remember. I think it might have been a spear. And yes, the fan service continues. She got the shortest pants I've ever seen. You know, those kind of pants that you see in most anime female characters where you think, are those pants or what? Because they're way too small to be pants. Either way, she's our first character, and I'm assuming, just like our Shifu, she'll probably be our next guide. Possibly. But until then, we don't know. But soon we will. Maybe in this epilogue. And then, what else? So, and considering that the game's anniversary is in July, yeah, that'll still be a couple of months. Even when Season 3 launches, that'll still take a while for, well, free stuff to be delivered. But remember, just don't expect too high of the ZZZ team to be that generous. I mean, to be fair, the past couple of updates, they've been very generous. They even had to go out of their way to improve the older characters so that they can not get power creeped. Which is nice. Usually power creeping would happen after like 5 seasons, but it's funny how the ZZZ team is already taking 5 steps ahead to already do that. Think about it. Genshin took 5 years to start considering doing some buffs on the older characters. Starting with the Mondstadt characters, with the new Hex something buffs. And then I made a prediction like how Leeway might have that too. Leeway dedicated team buffs or something. And then Inazuma, Sumeru, and Fontaine, so forth.
준비한 걸 찾았어요.
So yeah, nice of them to do that. Or they go ahead and try to avoid power creeping. But delay it or try to avoid it. Power creeping will always come some way, one form or another. One way or another. Which leads to characters like Nicole, Stun Ambi, and Billy. Like season 1 characters to eventually become no longer a necessity, which is unfortunate. But that's, again, the inevitable fate of every gacha game. Think about the current gacha games that are still running to this day. You think people still play their season 1 characters after 8 seasons? Nah, of course not. Same thing with any other live service games. Like, I can imagine maybe Destiny, nobody uses like the older guns nowadays because of like newer variations, better ones. It's kind of like that. Actually, not even just live service games, even like fighting games today, like Street Fighter. It's like the DLC characters will eventually overtake the default roster. For better or for worse. Yet, somehow I find Smash Brothers, it is a platform fighting game, but it does have its balance moments. If it was a party game, there wouldn't be any balance configurations, adjustments. But it does. So in a way, it is a fighting game. But yeah, in my case with Smash Brothers, I feel like Smash Brothers, yes, it does have its tiers, but when you push that aside, it feels like every character just feels right. No matter how much of a balance, nerf, buff changes, each of them have like their own benefits and cons. But yeah. One day, maybe in, I don't know, God knows how many decades, years, we'll have a gacha game that somehow feels balanced where nobody gets left behind. Anyways, with season 3 on the way, what I hope to see improve, like optimization wise, the character selection screen. So whenever you select a character or go over your character through like an overview, I think they need to change up the format, because you know how it's like going in like 3 vertical rows. Eventually the game's roster is going to get too big that scrolling through only 3 by 3 rows is kind of slow. I mean, just look at Genshin. Genshin's like what, 5, 6 columns or column rows? Yeah. What other stuff I want to see? I mean, they pretty much already did a lot of improvements on the UI. They even changed the format where now you get to have like a phone charm or something. And when you want to like create disk drives, you don't have to manually go to Bardic Needle. You can just open up the Bardic Needle menu. No loading screen. You just open up and yeah, you're already there. Same thing with the Bamboo Shop. Again, those are improvements. Exploration, I imagine they're going to keep that format. The way how they did with Season 2. I think the Season 1 TV surfing thing was something you could say was an original idea. They wanted to make it stand out, but I guess people just... I'm assuming people didn't like it. I thought it was okay, but yeah, in hindsight, compared to what they did with season 2, yeah, it's best that not to go with that again. Which is going to be so awkward where new players that jump in today, they'll be like, is this how the game's exploration is going to be like? TV surfing? But then as soon as they enter season 2, it's like, huh, this is even better than the TV surfing. Oh man, the chat just disconnects and connects again. That's weird. So yeah, the TV surfing. Oh well. It was unique at the time. But yeah, if people don't like it, might as well change it up. So I believe season 3 they're gonna keep the exploration as it is in season 2. Which, yeah, like I said, I prefer it that way. And it's gone full circle. That open exploration thing is actually just, it's just straight up from Honkai Impact 3's adventure mode. No jumping, just simple foot grounded exploration. You open chests, encounter enemies that are always scripted in the same places, solve miniature puzzles. But at least with ZZZ, there is like a narrative as you're like exploring the maps. You get to see how much the Hollow has pretty much taken over the old capital city. Would I be able to get the last member of Angels of Delusion? No, I don't think so. But that's okay. At least that means if I lose my 50-50, possibly I could get the other new character for Phase 2. The young lady, the snake lady. What's her name again? It starts with a C. Also, I don't think it should be of any surprise. The little pet snake around her neck, that's just straight up the snake from Genshin, that Doctor Baizo. They've only changed the texture models, but it's practically the same. The similar model. But you'll notice how the tail end of the snake is right between her big booba. That the tail end of the snake is doing some fancy fan service. And I think for her, she is a electric attack character. Yeah, she's electric attack. And since she's a member of NEPS, then I assume she has some sort of like team buff with those in that same team, in that faction. But I have a feeling she's gonna have her own kind of gimmick. Like some sort of meter below her health bar. Oh, excuse me. As for Genshin, since we're just now entering Phase 2, or Phase 2 of the banner, I assume either this week or the end of next week, there will be a special program. in fact, they've already teased the next character, so the story will take back to non-Cray. Mondstadt had their fun, and I wish we could have stayed a little longer, but it's time to go back to non-Cray for other businesses, whatever that may be. We're gonna have yet another Luna type character. And I think I think that's all we know so far. Unless you're one of those people who are enjoying to leak games, again, Hoyoverse games, because only they have the answers to most of your questions. However, I did hear that lately I've heard that I don't know if it was Hoyoverse or I think it was a different game. Or was it this one? Or was it Wuthering Waves? A certain gacha game community, either Wuthering Waves or I think it might have been this game. Apparently the devs were not too fond of leaks. And then the community were like fighting back and saying, well, how come Hoyoverse allows leakers to leak games? A lot of back and forth talk, I suppose. I mean, it makes sense. I understand from the company's point of view, leaks kind of like spoil the surprise. But the counter argument is that leaks do help players. They get to decide whether the character is worth pulling, when the character may show up, what kind of fighting style they have. But on the other hand, from the business point of view, if the leaks and data mines show that the character is not that great, then yes, on a business side, it's going to be like, oh, well, then this character is not worth pulling. So it's literally, if such a word exists, it's like a triple-edged sword. Is that a thing? Like, it wouldn't benefit if there was a character that was leaked and they were considered bad. It would be, well, negative for both sides. But then you got folks like me, where we don't care if a character is good or not. If it's a waifu, the waifu comes home. And besides, I've seen plenty of gacha games where even if the character was bad, somehow, some way, there's always going to be some folks that will make the character work. Nothing is impossible. Just do it. Just make the character work. No ifs, no buts. And trust me, even if there was a good character, that good character will just get overshadowed by a newer character 5 updates later or something. So, enjoy while a new character is still fresh and new. Because I guarantee you, nobody really uses Raiden Shogun these days. Exactly what I mean. 2.0 was the update for Inazuma, I believe. And then guess what? After a couple of after 3.0 and even 4.0 going that far, Did people still stick to Raiden Shogun? Nah, they just look forward to newer characters and create their own new meta. So yeah,
고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 싸울 수밖에 없는 거죠. 진정시켜줄게. 공기 준비 끝. 알아, 콩콩이. 승복이 망가지진 않았죠? 제가 사랑하는 언어가 바로 축하예요.
speaking of leaks, there is leaks of the next Assassin's Creed game, and oh boy, do you want to know what it's about now, or at least the theme of it? Witches. I wish that was not the truth, but yes, witches. Wasn't the whole point of the franchise to be looking for a silly apple?
고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니에요. 진정시켜줄게. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니에요. 싸울 수밖에 없는 거죠. 알겠어요. 진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요. 열 좀 시켜줄까? 준비가 다 됐어요.
Where's the bigger enemies? The victory, boy. I always hate the moments where I have to like start from scratch. And the game, maybe I overlooked it, but I didn't like see any notification that I could build more of these. What's it called? Forge of the Sky. Because before the update, you were limited to just 2, which made certain materials, material manufacturing impossible. Or not impossible, just slow. But now this update tells you, hey, now you can make 4 of these Forge of the Skies. And I had to like understand how to get all these tubes and water connections to go here and there. And apparently in this update there's a rock that gives off sewage. And I was like, where do I dump the sewage then? And then yeah, it turns out there is a facility for that. I got so lost and I was like, wait, I should have just done the simulation to understand the new facilities and how they function. And then yeah, always go through the simulations, the tutorials, because they will be a godsend to help you find out what does what and how they work, how to put them together. Even made better, some dude who studied in computer engineering, he actually made a factory in the same kind of wavelength or format as what you would see in a circuit board, and apparently it works. The factory format like that works. In fact, somehow, some way, the entire square was just all covered up. And I'm like, is this really necessary? It works, yes, but what kind are you getting the materials you need? But yeah, somehow a game like this can really help with, or have like some sort of connection to even real life stuff. I once studied at for computer engineering, so I did do soldering before, but only for 1 year. I only studied it for 1 year, and yeah, never again. It was a fun experiment though, doing all the hands-on experimentations. Soldering though was my worst nightmare because I was working. Everybody was working with a hot iron thing, where you had to solder, or in another language, melt the metal. I think we were using metal pins to melt, trying to get LED lights to turn on. But yeah, somehow it wasn't too bad. In fact, aside of the math problems, it was one of the curriculums that went down smoothly for me. Look at all that sewage. I thought sewage would be like olive green color. Like, in cartoons you see sewage that looks like the colors of boogers. Or sometimes green. Let me hunt one enemy. Or two. I think two? I just remembered one. One other that I didn't mark. I think it was somewhere here, yeah? Excuse me. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Crimson Desert. So, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you right now, do not even listen to what the game journalists are saying. I mean, as everybody should. Because holy smokes, IGN, people like IGN were rating the game like 6 out of 10s. And mind you, they gave Dragon Age Veilguard a 9 out of 10 because it was biased opinions. But and you know what the argument was why game journalists didn't like Crimson Desert? They said something like on the lines of, the game's too hard. I wish there was an easy mode. I wish there was yellow paint that tells me where to go. I've only spent 3 hours and I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. Now, what did the gamers think? Well, apparently I've heard that there was actually mixed opinions on it. Like how on consoles at least, the controls are such a mess. Which is why it's meant to be played on PC with, mouse and keyboard. Yeah, the game is hard, but once again, those are people forgetting to change their gear. Yes, some people have somehow forgotten to change their gears for better defense in an RPG game. And since, there's no yellow paint to tell you where to go, no, it's not that kind of game. Not every game needs a yellow dang paint to tell you where to go. In fact, if I recall, RE9 doesn't have that. That was 4. And then how the game has some bugs that needed to be patched. And of course, yes, it's gonna be patched. but the other half of gamers are actually enjoying it. So there's like some mixed opinions about it. Some are actually loving it. Some are a little skeptical, like, you know, because of the bugs, but they're not giving up on the game. They're just waiting for patches to happen. And then, like I said, yeah, forget about what game journalist says. They are not gamers. Like I always say, they only get paid to play a game for 3-5 hours, not even finishing it, write a biased opinion review, and then that's it. They get money from their, I don't know, managers or something. So yeah, never listen to those game journalists. They're not even gamers. They don't even like the field of work that they're doing. And God forbid, if you try to talk back to them, like on the comments or social media, they'll fight tooth and nail in the replies and say, "No, your opinion is wrong. Mine is right." And to that, I'd say, yeah, don't even bother. Just ignore them. It's best to just ignore those. Hey, people can ignore my opinion. Would I be offended? Well, honestly, maybe a little. Just a little. But then give me like a couple of hours or the next day to be like, wait, what was the point of arguing back? It's an opinion. People can go against my opinion. Why should I even bother arguing back? It's like you can't really force people to like what you like. You can't force somebody who's allergic to peanuts to eat peanuts. Okay, well that's a one-sided thing. You don't wanna kill off a person who's allergic to peanuts, right? Their blood will be on your hands then. Oh man, now suddenly I want peanuts. Like peanut butter mixed with Nutella. Probably I'll have that later.
제가 이곳에 있는 한 율법은 절대 잠들지 않을 거예요.
Oh man, I think you might have seen it from a bunch of YouTube ads at this point, right? The anime, no, video game adaptation of that anime. What's it called? 7 Deadly Sins. Guess what Sony or the developers decided to do as soon as the game came out? They censored the game. And of course, people were quick to notice that very well. Like apparently the beta of the game before release, there were panty shots. And then, yeah, like I said, as soon as the game came out, now they're wearing spats. And it's like, or not just spats, but even short pants. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. But, yeah, it's that typical case. I can get over censorship, but then when it's something like that, yeah, I can easily say that is the stupidest reason. To censor a game that way. I'm pretty sure women do not wear long length spats under skirts whatsoever.
깜빡이지 마세요. 바로 지금이야. 유치하기만 해. 깜빡이지 마. 한숨 상황 감하면서 움직여요. 패턴이 정말 대단해요. 뛰어난 협동은 반드시 좋은 결과를 가져와.
And it's so strange how when it's when it's an anime game, that's going too far. They need to wear spats or block out underskirts with like the black with a dark void or something. But then when it's games like Soul Calibur or Tekken or Neo 3, yeah, no, you're allowed to see the butt cheeks. Bare full moons. But anime? No, that's going too far. It's kind of like the same argument with like, you know, games like Mortal Kombat where blood and gore is allowed. Always love the contradictory of censorship. This is okay, but this one's not okay. This game's okay doing that, but not the other one. Strange. But of course, when it comes to like sensitive topics, that's understandable. Like in Fallout, for example. Yeah, Fallout still gets released in Japan despite, you know, a game about nukes, radioactive nukes. Like, obviously, the Japanese version of Fallout gets censored. Mortal Kombat, on the other hand, is completely banned. It's no wonder Ed Boon can't even get a wide range of audiences. He made a game that, yeah, mostly appeals to the West, but that also means he can't even sell it East Side. You need to have a product that can be shared to everybody around the world. Not always, just, you know, if you want to expand at least. And Ed Boon, oh man, he basically stomped his own toes after making that. I mean, yeah, it's Mortal Kombat. You can't be mad. Mortal Kombat is a great fighting game. But yeah, some things don't go as planned. But Until Dawn gets to be released in Japan. Except it has some of the most funniest censorship in the game. And I'm pretty sure Outlast was released outside of Japan. Inside Japan. Left 4 Dead, yes, but the gore got removed. Well, I'm pretty sure people in Japan wouldn't have to worry about that, considering the amount of mods that you can install in Left 4 Dead. Oh, and speaking of which, it didn't take long. Yes, there's already some RE9 weapons in Left 4 Dead. I got the Requiem for the... it's a mod for the Desert Eagle, obviously. I think there was the assault rifle? No, there's no assault rifle. I think it's an SMG, right? Yeah, I think it was an SMG. But yeah, no, I think that's. Oh no, and then there's the Leon RE9 design, Grace. Yeah. Oh, and I just found out that the Thomas game is run by Unreal Engine. And they say Unreal Engine can't run 60 frames. Bull. Unless you know how, unless you've done your homework, which Dovetail's games have done. Yeah, Unreal. Yeah, I understand the optimization is really bad. Hence why a lot of Unreal games run at like not a stable frame rate. And you know what? To be frank, I think even Thomas too. But it does go above 60, or it goes to 60 and above. So, I mean, well, again, fine. To be fair, Thomas is not like one of those heavy, heavy optimized games like any other games you can think of that uses Unreal Engine 5 poorly. Oh, and you gotta love what's going on with NVIDIA once again. The CEO saw the feedbacks, what people were saying about DLSS5, and you know what he said? You were all completely wrong. And guess what happened the next day? One of his engineers spoke out and basically revealed the truth. Some of which were kind of true on what the CEO said, but most of the context of what the CEO said was the engineer said the opposite. So in other words, yeah, simply put, the CEO was lying to the audience. So instead of saying, instead of accepting defeat, he thinks everybody, your friends, your other gamer friends are wrong about DLSS 5. And I bet he would even say it to Maximilian that he was wrong. And just another blatant excuse to say you should buy their AI generative AI filter slop. Otherwise, NVIDIA goes out of business. I mean, after all, how many RAMs did they have to take to, let alone money, just to operate this project, only to backfire it so badly? Yeah, lots of RAMs, that's for sure. Considering, let's see, the Steam machine got delayed because of NVIDIA, and apparently NVIDIA says that it's a good thing that Steam machine got delayed because competition. Yeah, but not in a friendly way. Like NVIDIA CEO really wants Valve to not push out the Steam machine. And then the same is happening with Switch 2. I mean, yeah, you can still find Switch 2s on store shelves, but even Nintendo is having a hard time trying to manufacture more, let alone try to keep a steady price on the Switch 2 because, yes, NVIDIA is once again buying all the RAMs. Gen AI is buying the RAMs as well, so yeah. I also want to point out that what one of the engineers mentioned about their AI filter. So if you remember when they showcased the samples on how it works, you may notice that the camera, they never shift the camera like this, left or right. It's always just like, still images and just, that's it. You just see the characters just doing their idle animation. The engineer spoke out and said, the AI filter can only generate what's on the frame. So if at any moment you turn the camera away and look elsewhere, it has to generate generate what else, some other parts surrounding the environment. What's the next frame gonna be? So in other words, they did not play test this, or sorry, the AI filter will always generate every time you turn the camera around. Every time you zoom out, the backgrounds will have to be rendered here. Oh, let's turn here. Now the filter that you saw earlier here has been unfiltered, and then this one's going to get filtered. So again, which that leads to inconsistency. The AI can only work what it sees, what the camera sees, not the surrounding environment. And yeah, people were like, oh yes, we had predicted that was going to be the case, that it's a filter that only affects on screen, but not the surrounding environment. And then the CEO said something like, we did get permission from third-party devs to showcase their games to use the filter. And I think you already heard, Capcom said, no, we did not know. We didn't even give them permission to use RE9 as a sample. And Capcom even went out of their way to say, we are very anti-AI. Although they were quick to say they do use AI. Capcom does use AI, but not in the way that you think. They only use it as like, how do they word it? Like concept, like a placeholder, and then they finalize everything by hand. So at least Capcom is mostly anti-AI. But yeah, the fact that they actually said that no, NVIDIA never gave us asked us permission to use RE9 for their DLSS5 sample. So yeah, who would you want to believe? Capcom, who owns RE9, or some CEO who who gaslights the consumers and say, yeah, we use RE9. Capcom gave us the green light. And Bethesda. Even Bethesda too. Say what you will about Bethesda, because we all do. Before the showcase, they were like, okay, NVIDIA is going to show something impressive. And then after the show, they're like, we didn't give them permission to use Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. And oh man, this filter really needs some work. And when you get shunned by even somebody like Bethesda, you know you done goofed. But no, of course, the CEO, like I said, he just goes out of his way to tell you and everybody you're all wrong. And then, yeah, like I said, the engineer steps forward and does an interview and says the opposite of what the CEO said. How the AI works, how it actually functions. And yeah, easy to say, it's not looking like a good future. And the bubble on AI has to burst eventually. Soon. Otherwise, imagine the faces of PC gamers now anytime they have to buy RAMs. And they have every right to blame one company, NVIDIA. It will always be NVIDIA. Which is really sad, considering that NVIDIA back then, remember when before AI, they actually found a way to optimize games to run better? That was what consumers really wanted. They wanted some sort of I don't know how to say it in technical terms, but like they wanted a PC spec that helps perform games better. This AI thing, it just makes your characters look unoriginal. In fact, yeah, like the biggest argument is that it takes away the original art design of the game itself. And when you put in that AI filter and you put two games side to side, they look identical. Like It's just one art style. Let's put it in a simple term. It's an when the AI filter is put on whatever game you're playing, it's just all the same art styles. And then yeah, it kind of ruins the original art of the game that it was made to be. And then yeah, and I've said that many times with AI art. Like, you know how many AI arts I've seen in terms of anime where every single one of them looked the exact same? Yeah, hundreds. Nay, thousands. And I'm like, where's the originality? Where's the creativity in mind? Because that's one thing AI can never do. AI can never replicate that. AI cannot replicate this. You know what it would do? It would just try to make the anime characters look realistic. But nobody wants realism. You don't need to have realism in every piece of media, every movie or game, music video. Having the variety is better. That's like if McDonald's wanted Big Macs to be sold everywhere, so that every restaurant can have a Big Mac. Would that sound okay? No. That's like going to a Red Lobster and then suddenly you see the menu saying, showing you, hey, now they sell McDonald's Big Mac. No, you don't want that. You want the Red Lobster. Assuming that they have burgers, I don't know if they do. I think they do. Or seafood burger. You want their seafood burger, not McDonald's burger. If you want a McDonald's burger, go to McDonald's. If you want realistic graphics in a game, hey, we have plenty of those. We don't need an AI filter that sprinkles all that to every game. No. Otherwise, that makes Unreal Engine, RE Engine, the Katana engine no longer, a necessity. No, man. No. That's not what people ever want. And yeah, this also means the video wants artists around the world to be put out of the job. And I'm pretty sure he knows that. He knows he wants to put artists out of the job. Because that's what AI art is trying to do. They want to get you to lose commissions. They want artists to stop picking up pencils, paintbrushes, and rely on robots to do all the artwork. Yeah, obviously, don't want that. Nobody does. You want to shed, in my opinion, you want to shed some light on AI. Oh wait, no, I already said this before. Never mind, I'm not going to say it again. So, it's really dumb that NVIDIA is just wasting billions of dollars on an idea that clearly is not going to bank money on them. Well, they're still going forward with it, I guess. But sure, let them burn money. Eventually, they're going to go bankrupt. And then, yeah, they'll just be like, it's your fault to the gamers. Oh yeah, what about the people who manufacture RAMs? You know who they're going to blame? Well, I'll tell you who they're not going to blame. They're not going to blame gamers. They're not going to blame you, the consumers. They're going to blame NVIDIA for sucking up all their supplies. PC gamers too. They used to love NVIDIA. Now they're anti-NVIDIA. And I'm pretty sure, I imagine they're already turning heads to looking for a different graphics card company. Isn't there one called AMD or something like that? Hey, when I had a graphics card with my first gaming computer, It was not even a Nvidia, or I don't remember what the brand was, but it had some guy that was like a Kratos lookalike, but with a blue tattoo. And that graphics engine allowed me to play games like Doom 3 so smoothly. Not even a Nvidia brand. Yeah, I don't know, some blue guy that looks like Kratos. Or no, some guy with that looks like Kratos with but the tattoo is blue.
협상만으로 모든 걸 해결할 수는 없어요.
Actually, yeah, it's like one of those, like, you know, you go to a computer store, you see like those generic graphics card boxes, like, yeah, like those. But definitely not Nvidia. It's like one of those quote unquote off brands, but an off brand that works. Still doesn't drop anything. What time is it now? 10:40. So 20 minutes until the update goes live, I think. Unless there's a delay. Should I even try? You know, come to think of it. Yeah, they don't have... Yeah, no, not in the same vein as other gacha games. I usually prefer pulling 10 at a time. Wait a minute, it says here... Oh, if I pull another 10, it says 10 attempts to a 6-star. But then on the thing below, 50 attempts to guarantee. Guarantee for the character? I don't think so. I've seen the exact same banner with that label once only. Nope, you can still lose a 50-50. Yeah, I know. I have a feeling I'm going to lose my 50-50 here. But if I do, that means it'll be 40, right? At least I'm assuming that might be the case. Should I level up my exploration now? I can always go back. Right now I'm what? 6. Well, it won't be a while until the next story, so you know what? I might regret it, but I can revert the level lower, so... Where is it? Right there. How do I get there? Oh, excuse me. Can you believe that the Mario movie comes out next week? I swear, it's like not too long. It feels like not too long ago We were expecting a sequel. It was gonna take a while, but it's already here. Crazy, isn't it? And the same thing is gonna happen when you with Sonic 4 when you don't actually pay attention to like how much time passes. And before you know it, 1 month before the movie launches, you're gonna be like, wow, it's already here? Or it's coming already? This soon?
깜빡이지 마세요. 절 놓칠지도 모르니까요. 파멸에 맞서는 끝없는 여정 속에서도 네 곁엔 언제나 함께한 사람들이 있었어.
Alright, well, at least it's not time limited. What's that game called? Ill? Wonder what's happening to that game. Every time I look back on that trailer, I'm like thinking, damn, this is more gruesome. This is one of the most bizarre, gruesome games ever. Is it even a game? Is it gonna live up to the hype? Because I do remember how that game started off as like this independent Kickstarter game. Yeah, it definitely had potential of showing not liminal space, psychological horror, yeah. Not sure about the plot though. But you do get to kick the infected little babies. Oh, and speaking of liminal spaces. Yeah, I'm looking forward to... Enemies are now level 60. Good! They're dying too quickly. Did I not already do that? Anyways, yeah. I'm looking forward to the Backrooms movie. I feel like the movie is gonna somehow link to all the past videos that Kane Pixel has done over the years. From the found footage, I think there were like 3 found footages. How Async was... How Async had like all these like presentations on how they were going to monopolize the back rooms. The incident that happened where apparently one guy was labeled as KIA or MIA, but then they found him and then he's actually alive, but he time skipped 1 month later, but only for him finding himself getting killed by an accident when he tried to escape. Yeah, no, I already did. There's only 2 left, but those are the next 2 days. But yeah. Although I still do wonder what exactly would the plot be? I mean, main character wise, who is it? Just a bunch of random people who will unfortunately get tied into the mess they're gonna be in? Is Async gonna be the main villains and not villains, antagonists? A bunch of science nerds that try to contain the back rooms. And what sort of entities what sort of made up entities will Kane Pixel make up in the film? Because God forbid, God knows how many times you might have seen so many fans have just made up a bunch of entities. Like, you've seen it on YouTube. This entity exists in Backrooms level 6,000 or whatever. Now, don't get me wrong. I do watch those for the entertainment, for sure. But at the same time, it's like, dang. You people really know how to make up your own lore. I mean, not a bad thing. At least that gets the community, you know, together. But at the same time, you have to remember, those are just fan fictions. They are not real. They are not they're only headcanon in your imagination. But at the end of the day, it's Kane Pixel's work. Much like the amount of Five Nights at Freddy fan games you see today and people making up some lore. But at least the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base are aware that their little fan games are not part of the lore. Alright, time to make a delivery. Yeah. Alright, yeah, where? And yeah, nothing wrong with that. It brings the community together, enjoy what they like. But you also got to be careful about the people who are a little too obsessed with their fan fiction. Where they even gaslight themselves to think that their entity, their made-up fan story is canon. And then they go out of their way to try to convince everybody else to fall for it and believe. You gaslit yourself, then you gaslit everybody else. No, you don't want to do that. At least you don't see that with Sonic fans, where they get obsessed with their Sonic OCs and being like, my OC exists in the Sonic universe. Fortunately, we do have a game that does that for you now, Sonic Forces. For better or for worse, but, you know, I think it was long overdue that we would have a Sonic game that does that. And it took Sega this long, especially considering how long Sonic OCs have been a thing for many decades. Hey, yeah, me too. I even made a Sonic OC back then. But it didn't really get as far as just after designing, that's it. No lore, no nothing. And no Rule 34 fan fictions that Sonic fans have splashed themselves in. Splashed their characters in. Something on the lines of like, my OC is pregnant with Sonic's child. And it's like, what? What kind of fandom did I just enter? I mean, this is also what makes the Sonic community well known. Like I said, for better or for worse. Sega's bringing back Infinite. Yeah, I heard that. Was it in the comics? Or I forgot which source material they're bringing Infinite back. Oh, and that reminds me, yeah. Sega also did reveal the next 3 characters that are going to be free for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. A guest character, which, sure, why not? A free guest character. The Red Bird from Angry Birds. Not sure why, Angry Birds, but okay. And then Goro Majima, everyone's favorite Yakuza. Because you know what? He's always everywhere, as they say. And then third was, surprisingly, Arl from the Puyo Puyo series. Except now, for the first time, I think the first time in a while, or first time ever, she's going to be in 3D, because, you know, the Puyo Puyo series has always used, like, you know, those guys weren't always here. They always are always an anime 2D, right? So, hey, it's a good thing at least Sega remembers. And they're going out of their way to making a character that's always been 2D, now finally turned 3D. Why not? And I think there should be one more wave, right? I lost count how many waves of free content of characters they're delivering. Ah, right. That's where not a game. Yeah, that series, the chaotic case files. Yeah, I saw their tweet about that. I haven't seen the miniseries yet, but yeah. At least Sega is doing their best trying to redeem Infinite. I'll choose the other one. Excuse me. You gotta love the take that Sega is pulling for the Sonic franchise. I just wish the games were just as consistent as all these funny gags and spin-offs that they're doing. Like, Sonic racing games have always been superb. In fact, most, if not all, of the Sonic racing games are like clean. Like, none of them which you can call bad at all. Same thing. I could like, you know, same thing with Team Sonic Racing. While Team Sonic Racing was, you know, a downgrade, but it wasn't a bad game, mind at all. It functions. It still can be enjoyable. But it, you know, you would say, I wish there was more. Because yeah, they kind of scaled back on it. And then yeah, Cross World, they did put more. They brought back the hoverboards. It's no longer team oriented, but rather now the team racing is now an option you can choose, which it should have been to begin before Team Sonic Racing. But then again, that's the theme. And yeah, you know, and now look at Crossworld having a bunch of DLCs where Team Sonic Racing didn't have it. Like, at all. Not even new courses. So yeah, I kind of wish that the mainline Sonic games were as consistent as their spin-offs. Yeah, you know, you have a lot of like three Sonic games that are good, some are bad, some are, you know, okay. And you know, okay, I just reminded myself something. So we're in a way still in the age of remakes. And I thought to myself not too long ago, I was like, what if Sega did the unthinkable? Or at least in my case, I would call it the unthinkable. A remake of Sonic Adventure 1. So you know how a lot of people, I don't know if they still are begging for it, but you know, they want another Sonic Adventure style of a game. You know, remember back in the days, people were saying Sonic Adventure 3 this, Sonic Adventure 3 that. And then people just were in denial that Sonic 06 was, in a way, Sonic Adventure 3. So instead of, if people wanted a third game, why not experiment with a remake and see if the demand is still there? I'm not saying it would work. No, of course not. But imagine the changes, additional stuff they could do if they were to make a remake of the first Sonic Adventure. And in all honesty, I wouldn't mind it. I think the Sonic Adventure games deserves a comeback. And in order to do that, besides re-releasing them re-releasing the HD port, why not just remake it? In fact, if you think about it, the Sonic, the engine, the style that Sonic Frontiers has established, Sega can use that asset to create Sonic Adventure Remake. Or perhaps at least first and foremost they would need to update the Hedgehog engine. Update or make a whole new engine, because clearly Hedgehog Engine 2, as you saw with Frontiers as an example, it is poorer at it is poorly performed when it comes to rendering. Like you if you remember, anytime you like run around Star Island or whatever, any islands, and then those platforms just pop in and pop out like that rendering needs fixing. Either you fix it or you need to start making a new engine. And I think Sega, I don't know how long Hedgehog Engine 2 has been around, but I think it needs not an update. Sega needs to make a new one. An engine that definitely fits for the style of Sonic games for the next couple of years. Not 10, just a couple more years. Similar to how RGG Studios, you know, how they have the Dragon engine that runs the Yakuza games. And yeah, when RGG Studios basically found that engine and made it work, they put that into their other games like what was it, Lost Judgment Eyes or something, and then Virtua Fighter. And look, RGG is now making a new Virtua Fighter game with their Dragon engine, because again, when they established it and then used it for the Yakuza games, it was like that was their calling, that was their moment. They found it, they made it, they got the engine that people will enjoy. People won't argue too much about rendering, optimization, performance. Except for physics. I've seen the Yakuza games where the physics are kind of funny. Not broken ass, but just funny how the ragdolls just fling all over the place. Heck, I can say the same about Team Ninja. Team Ninja made the Katana engine. It was mainly used for Dead or Alive Extreme, the Extreme series, but then they put that towards mostly on games like Neo. And then the Dynasty Warriors team actually borrowed that engine for their games like Dynasty Warriors Origin. And because, yeah, once again, that's because Team Ninja created an engine that works for the games that they wanted to develop in the future. And then you have, yeah, Neo, Fatal Frame 2, Ninja Gaiden 4. Yeah, and again, Dynasty Warriors team got their hands on it too, so... And yeah, I guess expect the same engine to be used in the new Dead or Alive game, 7. At least we're going to call it 7 as a placeholder. And yeah, I think even DOA 6 is run on the Katana engine. Or at least maybe it'll get a slight update on it if it wasn't run on that engine. So yeah, Sega needs to give the Sonic franchise, a better engine. And we have the technology. They have the money and technology to do that. They just... However, yeah, it's not easy. I know. I'm no computer expert. I'm no computer engineer expert. All I just can say is that I hope that they develop and find an engine that's best suited for the gameplay style for Sonic games to come. For like speed, rendering, optimization, whatever that best suits Sonic games as a whole. So that once they do find it, then believe me, Sega and the Sonic team, they might start thinking very broadly on how many Sonic games they can think of with their new powerful engine. Like, again, assuming that like they establish a good one, and where fans will be like, holy shit, this Sonic game performs so well and such. Why else do you think people go out of their way to license the Unreal Engine? Oh yeah, and I guess I could say the same about like Resident Evil, when Capcom officially dropped the MT Framework 2.0 engine. Oh, but let's try to forget about Street Fighter V using Unreal Engine 4. I mean, it was fine. It was at least pretty well optimized. But clearly Capcom found their footing with RE Engine. First started with Resident Evil 7, and then I was gonna say Dragon something. No, didn't Dragon's Dogma 2 use it? I don't think so. Street Fighter 6 uses it. Monster Hunter Wilds uses it. I think even Monster Hunter Rise as well. And yeah, and then of course, yes, named after the franchise. I mean, that's the engine, but yeah, the engine further established would be used in all future Resident Evil games, from the remakes all the way to Requiem. And I'm pretty sure, yes, the supposedly rumored Code Veronica is also gonna be using the RE engine. Oh hell, even Devil May Cry 5 uses RE engine. Again, that's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say with Sega and Sonic Team. They need a better Hedgehog engine, or I don't know, they can call it Angel's Island engine. Chaos engine or something. I don't know. Chow engine. And if they can do it, if they can pull it off, like I said, Sega Sonic Team will be like, oh, with this engine, we could use it for plenty of Sonic games. And no, and you know, if it, and it might go well. Like all Sonic games will, not all, most of them will actually perform well and they'll play well. No physics problem, no rendering pop in, pop outs, lighting and sound is all good. Yeah, it's that optimism, that optimism that'll give them the motivation. Just like again, like how Capcom and Team Ninja found their engine, created their engine, and it worked. So here's hoping that Sega and Sonic Team, you know, establishes an engine dedicated to Sonic games in the future that doesn't have them pulling their hairs out like Hedgehog Engine 2, which I assume not that many Sonic games use that engine. And see, that's the reason why Hedgehog Engine 2 was considered to be like, I guess, in today's day and age, just kind of like a meh engine. Oh, it's 11 already. Okay. Then I should switch to ZZZ, yeah? Are you hiding something here? No. Okay. Let me just fast travel and leave myself here, actually. Excuse me. All right. I heard that that fancy French clothing company Balenciaga has collaborated with Fortnite. And the first thing when I noticed that, when I saw that, I was like reminded of that one time The Simpsons and Balenciaga. There was a dedicated episode of Simpsons that promoted Balenciaga. And you can still watch that skit, not skit, I guess call it a mini episode, on the Balenciaga official YouTube channel. And it's funny how, yes, the Simpsons writers were allowed to roast Balenciaga because, you know, at least they're honest. Overpriced shirts and scarves and all that sort. I don't know what else they shoes. Oh, okay. It's done updating, I guess. Jesus. And horned beetles are so big. They're bigger than your whole palm. All right. Sorry. Before I forget again to change my screen. All right, we got our 7-day login. As usual, they're trying to be a little passive. What? Oh man, I can't change my character. Alright, well, hang on a second. Oh right, don't forget to check your inboxes and claim the maintenance and compensation stuff. 600 polychromes. There is a new disk drive. Okie dokie. What are they? One does ice damage. The other is HP. Hold on. When the equipper triggers a bloom. Who does a bloom with ice damage? Their anomaly proficiency increases 48. When the equipper triggers a freeze effect, their all attribute anomaly damage at the sword increases 16. Are they hinting at a cryo anomaly? Because as far as I know, we don't have one. Oh wait, no, we do. Except Miyabi doesn't do a bloom. What about this one? This is for defense characters. When the equipper is a defense character, when the equipper launches an X attack, or any squad triggers a defensive assist, evade assist, all squad members' damage increases by 6%, stacking up to 3, so 6 times 3, that's 18. Lasting 25 seconds. Stacks decay at 1 at a time, and duration refreshes when gained or decayed. I want to say that sounds like something that maybe Caesar could use, but she doesn't need that 10% HP. But she is a defensive character. But it says what damage increases. All squads gets their damage increased. Oh, and now there's a new weekly boss. But you're already... Why would you already spoil it? That's not cool. Oh, you gotta love it when even Hoyoverse decides to spoil it. Right. Let's see. Hang on. Oh, right. I was like, who? I wanted to look up somebody. What the hell? When any squad member triggers a defense or evasive, all squads deal 50% damage lasting 10 seconds. Right. 15%. Meanwhile, that new disk drive, it multiplies, or it stacks. But No. It says when the equipper launches an X attack or any squad triggers a defense, all squads. So it's passed to everybody, and it's 25 seconds long for each stack. And how long was Caesar the one that Caesar has currently?
MB 싸우려고? 나도 데려가.
10 seconds. But here, two-piece shield effect. No, maybe I won't change.
나도 데려가.
For now, at least. Unless the data changes, gets updated. Okay, what is it that Big Bro Wise wants? What does he want? I'll come back soon. Ugh. Of course they won't let me. That's fine. So I guess now in canon right now in the current story, Bell and Wise are back to 6th Street. Took almost a whole year for this section to finally be opened. See, we have a tradition here. Oh, she's here too. Cecilia. No, I don't think she's going to be playable. Not while she's dressed like that. Would have been nice though if we had a Leviathan lady, Leviathan waifu as a playable character. So anyways, as I was saying, there's a tradition in gacha games where if you're going to pull for that one specific character, you have to go to the place where they usually reside in, or the theme, the setting that they belong, whatever, and you hope that they come. But hang on, you know what? No, I just had a thought. I can't just be Bell or Wise in this situation. I need to switch to one of the members of Angels of Delusion to make this ritual work a little bit more. Even if there was a 1% buff on it, I still take it. Hey, don't I know those two? Oh wait, they're the competitors next to Angels of Delusions. All right. I guess we might as well see what's on TV. Hollow Champion. Okay.
벨, 니콜이 방금 DM으로 뭐라고 했어?
오빠, 공동 히어로즈가 뭐야? 니콜이 거기에 참가할 건데 우리도 같이 가자는데?
공동 히어로즈? 아, 요즘 핫한 공동 대회야. 조금 전에 TV에서 광고도 하던데. 옛 도시 시절부터 있었던 대회인데 상금이 많고 규칙에 제약이 없어서 무법자를 포함한 많은 전투 애호가가 참여했다나 봐. 그러다 시 정부의 허가를 받고 공동대회 연합회라는 그럴싸한 이름을 갖게 된 후에야 점점 체계가 생겨난 거고. 이번 회차의 인기가 이 정도로 높은 건 탑스의 후원 덕분인 것 같아. 웬일로 니콜이
Is it a cage match?
할까 말까 고민되네. 그러고 보니까 전에 HDD에 불필요한 데이터 관련 문제는 이제 괜찮...
알림. 현재 데이터 세트를 기반으로 한 결론은 안정성이
그럼 테스트해보자. 부탁할게, 페어리.
연결 성공. 불필요한 데이터 선별 중. 선별 완료. 알림. 불필요한 데이터 감지.
벨, 괜찮아? 방금은 정말 걱정 많이 했어.
난 괜찮아. 근데 눈 상태가 좀 이상했던 것 같아.
마스터, 정말 죄송합니다. 정리 작업의 위험성을 제때 발견하지 못했어요. 위험성 평가 결과 불필요한 데이터 처리 프로세스가 마스터의 이식체의 비정상적인 부하를 유발합니다.
벨, 뭔가 좀 이상해. 전엔 그 데이터가 공동 이상 때문이라고 추측했었잖아. 페어리, 만약 그 정체불명의 데이터를 격리한 채로 계속
위험성 평가 중. 결론. 단기간 내 HDD 시스템의 출력이 저하될 위험이 존재합니다. 또한 HDD
그럼 서서히 호전될 가능성...
물론 나도 시간이 해결해줬으면 좋겠어. 하지만 만약 더 나빠지면? 아무튼 문제를 해결하기 전까지는 HDD 사용을 최대한 자제하자. 니콜의 제안도 밖이 시끄럽네. 18호랑 손님이 시비가 붙은 건가?
I saw you in the last chapter. BBU? No. Now there's A. Boo ah. Oh, she also has another A. That is a long jacket. And a long hair. Okay. And it's split. Yeah, I see you, Hoyoverse. You're afraid to make one long hair, but nah, you gotta split them, don't you? Anyways, yeah. And you are?
드디어 사람이 왔네. 보아니, 너희 둘이 이 가게의 점장인가 봐. 너희한테 물어볼 아주 중요한 질문이 있어. 관계자의 사람은 끼어들면 안 되는 아주 중요한 질문.
Say what?
손님? 가게를 통째로 빌리시기 전에 우선 회원 카드부터 만드시는 건 어떨까요?
내 이름은 노르마야. 왜? 마르셀 그룹 특수사무부의 수석 기술 전문가지.
Why did you stutter?
마르셀 그룹이면
Oh, was she trying to not fumble on her wording?
맞아. 노르마는 수상한 사람이 아니야. 그리고 메이플라워 시장실에서 발급해준 증명서도 있다고. 자.
So she got the mayor's approval.
아까 말한 아주 중요한 질문이라는 게 구체적으로 어떤 내용인가요?
말로 설명하긴 너무 비효율적이니까 아예 실물을 보여줄게.
A unique bamboo ornament. A little bamboo charm made from a special material. Seems to be a rare product you can't find anywhere on the market. For some reason, just holding it in your hands just gives you an incredible sense of lightness and relief.
이상해. 저 물건에 닿은 그 짧은 순간 눈의 불편함이 조금 나아진 것 같았어. 노르마 씨, 이건 대체... 잠깐, 반칙은 안 되지. 그건 나중에 물어봐. 지금은 내가 질문할 차례라고. 류에리도 어딘가에서 이거랑 비슷한 물건을 본 적 없는지 잘 생각해봐. 엄청 특별한 소재니까 분명 기억이 날 거야. 아니면 힌트를 하나 더 줄까? 예를 들어 렘미안 공동에서 너희가 상대했던 창조주의 그릇을 언급하다니. 잠깐. 노르마 씨가 들고 있는 시장님의 증명서에는 분명 2명이라고 적혀 있었어. 노르마 씨, 죄송하지만 아직 노르마 씨의 신원에 대한 의문이 남아 있어서 당장은 질문에 답하지 못할 것 같네요. 뭐? 참나, 이제 본론으로 들어갈 수 있을 줄 알았는데 왜 또 처음으로 돌아간 거지?
Some people need to double down, you know.
벨리랑 같이 오려고 했거든. 근데 갑자기 회의에 불려가질 않나, 길이 막히질 않나. 와중에 누가 차를 긁어서 수리맡기로 가야 한다는 거 있지. 도저히 못 기다리겠어서.
그런가요?
또 왜? 뭔데?
아니요, 죄송해요. 저희가 괜한 걱정을 한 것 같네요. 앞으로는 전적으로 협조할게요.
좋아, 그건 어렵지 않지. 잘 들어. 이 소재의 이름은?
오래 기다리게 해서 죄송합니다.
Oh, she's the second guest.
벨리! 벨리, 드디어 왔구나. 자, 이쪽이 너희가 물어봤던 또 다른 담당자인 벨리나야. 노르마랑 같은 부서에서 일하고 있어. 노르마는 연구를 맡고 있고, 벨리나는 회의랑 결제, 그리고 골치 아픈 어른들을 상대하는 일을 맡고 있지. 그러니까 벨리나 씨가 노르마 씨의 상사란 거죠?
어머나, 그런 게 아니랍니다. 노르마님은 팀의 에이스이신걸요?
뭐? 잠깐, 그 말은 방금 둘이서 날 떠본 거라고? 야, 너희들 진짜야? 너무해!
어머, 이렇게 금방 알아들으시다니. 요즘 처세술이 많이 느셨네요. 다만 증명서에 우리의 증명사진을 열람할 수 있는 식별 코드가 있다는 걸. 두 점장님께 저와 노르마님의 신분이
She forgot the
명확해진
QR
덕분에
codes.
이제 저와
Verification codes.
이렇게 무례를 무릅쓰고 찾아온 건 두 분이나 엿빛나스 비밀을 캐내려는 게 아니에요. 방금 보신 그 특수 소재 플린트 포르셀로이 때문이죠.
Flint Porcello? I have no idea how you pronounce that.
플린트 포르셀로이요?
네, 플린트 포르셀로이란 포르셀론과 특정 금속들로 구성된 복합 소재입니다. 에테르 안정성이 상상 이상으로 높아 활용 가치가 무궁무진하고 그러다 관리하에 있던 포르셀로의 일부가 유실됐고 저희는 현재 그 행방을 추적 중입니다. 목격자의 증언을 토대로 창조주의 그릇에 있던 그게 저희가 찾는 포르셀로이가 맞는지 판단하려는 것도.
이 정도 질문에 답하는 거면 민감한 정보가 오갈 일은 없을 것 같아. 게다가 그때 적에게서 그보다는 좀 전에 잠깐이지만 눈의 불편함이 사라졌다는 점이 더 신경 쓰여. 봐, 벨리! 지금 점장이 난 다 알고 있지만 아무 말도 하지 않을 거야.
일단 진정하세요, 노르마님. 점장님 그저 노르마님의 방부를 빌려 기억을 다시 꼼꼼히 되짚어보고 싶으신 걸 거예요.
설마 이쪽의 의도를 간파당한 건가? 맞아요. 바로 그거예요. 그럼 진작 말하지 그랬어. 가져가. 마음껏 봐.
정보 제공에 감사드려요. 저희에게 있어서는 아주 중요한 정보거든요.
벨, 그건 돌려드려야지. 너 괜찮아?
놓친 정보가 있을까봐 걱정되시는 걸까요? 걱정 마세요. 이 장신구는 우선 가게에 맡겨두고
그래도 괜찮나요? 좀 전에 포르셀로이는 엄격하게 관리되는 소재라고 하셨던 것 같...
그건 맞습니다. 이것 또한 저희 부서 명의로 등록되어 있으니까요. 하지만 새로운 공허 사냥꾼님께서 신뢰하시는 분이니 저희를 곤란하게 하진 않으실 거라.
안심하세요. 저희가 잘 보관할게요.
벨, 방금은 어떻게 된 거야? 갑자기 벨리나 씨한테 포르셀로이 목격 정보를 알려주겠다고 하질 않나? 그러니까 포르셀로이가 네 증상을 완화할 수 있다는 거네? 그 원리를 알아내면 문제를 완전 빌려온 물건이라 분해해서 연구해볼 수 없는 게 아쉽네. 포르셀로이가 더 있다면 좋을 텐데.
알림. 해당 키워드를 포함한 중요 정보를 특정했어요.
Well, isn't that convenient?
제품 소개.
공동 히어로즈라고?
벨리, 아까는 저 둘한테 정보 흘리지 말라더니 왜 내 포르셀로이 방부를 맡겨두고...
노르마님, 혹시 눈치채셨나요?
야, 자꾸 내 질문 무시하지 마. 에테르 민감 체질인 것 뿐이잖아. 물론 그런 체질이 좀 드물긴 하지만, 어? 아니지. 우린 지금 뉴에리드 도심에 있잖아. 아, 알겠어. 그래서 앞으로 어떻게 할...
당분간은 아무것도 하지 말고 상황을 지켜보는 게 좋겠어요.
Oh, so there's gonna be a second part? Actually, season 1 epilogue was split into 2 parts. And yes, we had to wait another month for the part B to happen. Oh wait, shoot, I should have chose the second option.
참가자가 엄청
Oh, there it is.
설마 다들 그 W 엔진을 노리고 온 건 아니겠지?
But the shape of that W engine, it just looks like one of those B ranks.
니콜이랑 빌리야, 저쪽에 있어. 가서 합류하자.
Wow, I still can't switch. Why not? I hate when story modes just lock you out.
역시 와줬구나. 그럴 줄 알았어. 규월의 짠. 출전 자격은 벌써 따뒀지. 루프꾼, 대회에서 멋지게 활약해서 같이 경품을 타보자고. 나한테 제일 차고 넘치는 게...
니콜, 우리와 협력하려면 그래도 약간의 성이라도 보여야 하지 않을까? 공동 히어로즈의 경기 방식은 사냥 레이스지. 간단히 말해 팀 단위로 이번 대회는 참가자가 엄청 많아서 주최 측에서 기본 캐럿을 일괄 지급할 거래. 특별한 재주가 없으면 에테리얼 인원이 적은 팀은 기동성을 살려야 하고 인원이 많은 팀은 가치가 높은 보위험 목표를 노릴 수 있지. 그리고 네가 우릴 끌어들인 이유도 파에토니.
니콜 대장, 방금 부점장이 한 말 전에 대장이...
빌리 그만 말해. 교활한 토끼거리 기밀이 다 너 때문에 털리겠어. 아무튼 그래. 우리의 전술 핵심이 로프꾼이라는 건 인정할게. 너... 아니 니콜, 사실 이번 대회에서 너희 토끼거리 협조가 필요한 건 오히려 우리야.
그렇구나. 안심해 점장. 그 W 엔진이 그 정도로 필요한 거면 무슨 수를 써서라도 꼭 손에 넣을 수 있게 도울게.
But who else would want to get that grand
너희처럼 실력
prize?
좋은 공동 베테랑들이랑 벨의 가이드까지 있으면 득점 효율을 최대치로 끌어올릴 수 있겠지? 경품을 타면 그 W 엔진만 벨한테 양보해주면 돼.
됐어. 그게 다 뭔 말이라. 우리 사이에 뭘 예의를 차려? 루프꾼의 말을 들은 이상 대회에서 W 엔진을 노리는 녀석들은 전부 우리 교활한 토끼굴의 적이야.
맞아 점장, 걱정 마. 별빛 기사는 절대 너희의 기대를 저버리지 않을 테니까.
니콜, 빌리, 고마워. 잘... 걱정 붙들어 매셔. 맞다. 참가 자격을 따내긴 했지만 모든 참가 인원은 개별 등록을 해야 해. 접수처는 2층에 있으니까 가서 교활한 토끼 굴 사람이라고 말하면 될 거야.
벨, 아까 포스터에서 봤는데 대회 경품들이 당분간 행사장에 전시된다더라.
점장, 나랑 니콜 대장은 먼저 돌아가서 준비할게. 대회 때 봐.
I think they should be concerned on who else is going to be in this competition. Oh, hello. There she is. It's Raiden Shogun in this universe.
좋은 성적 거두시길 바랍니다.
At least that's what people are dubbing her as.
벨, 전에 네가 말한 자오 씨랑 같이 있던 그 사람인 것 같은데? 그냥 가버렸네.
두 분 오래 기다리셨습니다. 공동이 도시를 파괴하면 도시에는 영웅이 탄생한.
교활한 토끼 굴의 출전 멤버로 등록을 하고 싶어서요.
지금 조회 중이니 잠시만 기다려주세요. 찾았습니다. 성함을 알려주시고
Not again, yeah.
교활한 토끼
Hoyoverse
굴을
just
다시 한번
can't
확인해주시면
get away from Raiden Shogun multiverse. You have Honkai Impact 3rd, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact. They're all
참가자 등록이 이렇게 간단한가요?
have something in common.
다른 본인 인증 같은
The
거 필요
purple, bluish hair. There, the eye, the look on their eyes. Sometimes they even cover their eyes.
중요하신 점에 관해서 설명해드리도록 할게요. 대회 규칙을
And
이미 알고
if there's
계시겠지만
lightning,
이번 대회는
yeah.
팀 인원의 제한이 없기 때문에 혼자
Or
도전할
let's
수도,
see if they have a
팀에 짜서
katana
도전할 수도 있습니다.
or a pole arm, then yeah, expect them to be
대회에서는
related.
팀 단위로 순위를 매기고 에테리얼 사냥 난이도와 팀 인원수를 종합적으로 고려해 포인트를 계산합니다. 즉 전략과 팀 실력을 겨루는 대회라는 뜻이죠. 그래서 타 팀에 섞여 들어간다 해도 메리트가 없답니다. 또 게다가 후원사인 러스티 그룹으로부터 참가 자격에 너무 많은 제한을 두지 말고 아직 빛을 보지 못한 색깔들에게 빛날 기회를 최대한 많이 제공해달라는 당부를 받아.
그렇군요. 역시 엔터테인먼트 업계의 거물.
다른 문의사항 없으시면 바로 등록을 진행하시면 됩니다. 대회에 정식 참가하신 것을 환영합니다. 이어서 이번 대회 지정 소지품이자
That's a card. Proof of participation. Access pass. Well, this is a thick-ass physical pass if I've ever seen.
이름은 에테리얼 카드지만 스킨
전투 중 에테리얼 카드는 전황을 기록하고 포인트를 정산합니다. 또한 물론
Instead of calling it a
경기 시작
card,
시
you might as well
에테리얼
just call it a
카드를
remote
최초
or
피넛을 지급하지만 이후
tracking
갱신을
device.
위해서는
tracker.
선수가 다음은 아주 중요한 정보이니 유의해 주세요. 에테리얼 카드가 파괴될 경우 해당 인원은 기권한 것으로 간주되며 개인 포인트는
다시 말해 그런 상황이 발생하면 팀에 아주
맞습니다. 사실 해당 조치는 에테리얼 카드조차 신경 쓰지 못할 정도로 위험한 적에게는 도전하지 말라는 경고이기도 해요. 대회의 가장 중요한
No
정보는
insurance.
이제 끝입니다. 나중에 더 궁금한 점이 있으시다면 언제든 방문해 주세요. 이제 앞쪽 줄에서 기기 사용료를 내고 에테리얼 카드를 활성화하시면
줄이 꽤 기네. 벨, 줄은
well, at least they provide weapons and equipment. Although I don't think it's the best kind of weapons they can provide, right?
뭐? 이게 그렇게 비싸다고? 심지어 재료 사용 전용 허가증까지 있어?
이게 바로 그 유명한 포르셀로이구나. 직접 보는 건 처음이야. 에테르 안정성 지표 상승을 통
일반인이 이걸 쓸 일이 있을까? 포르셀로이 자체가 워낙 희귀하니까 수집
가자. 다른 경품은
Has scratches.
포르셀로이 WNG는 다른 경품에 비해 인기가 별로 없는 것 같네.
Yeah, it's just a B rank W engine that you see. but it's the material that makes it rare.
W 엔진에 직접 닿지 않았는데도 몸이 한결 편안해졌어. 이것만 손에 넣으면 시간은 좀 걸리더라도 분명 HDD랑 눈 문제를 해결할 수 있을 거야. 그런 외부 환경은 둘째치고 내부 환경이란 건 사람의 몸 안을 말하는 건가? 극성 에테르의 에너지 준위 변동은 일반적인 의미의 그러게요. 저도 마침 그 문제를 생각하고 있어요.
And you are?
혹시 죄송해요. 마침 저도 같은 생각을 하던 참이라 무심코 말이 튀어나와 버렸네요. 그러고 보니 W의 기술 구조 설명을 이렇게 진지하게 읽는 사람은 처음 봐요.
She's got pointy ears.
학교까지는 아니고
Isn't she the first? Isn't she the same pink hair character that was in one of the earliest trailers before the game came out?
취향이 꽤
But she didn't
독특하시네요.
have that mouth mask thing.
대회
But she
포인트로
does have
특수한
pointy
W
ears.
엔진을 교환해봤자 대체 뭘 할 수
But I'm not
있는지
sure if that's
도저히
the
잘
same
모르겠더라고요.
hairstyle as the one I was referring to.
참, 제 이름은 라미엘이에요. 대회 참가 선수죠. 제멋대로 질문만 늘어놓고 이름도 안
She has
알려드렸네요.
some sort of angel wings or some sort on her waist. Or below her
괜찮아.
waist.
그렇게 예의 차릴 필요 없어. 난 베리라고 해. 반가워. 그럴 것 같았어요. 이 접수처에 오는 사람이라면 다 대회 참가자일 테니까요. 그래도 같은 경품을 두고 경쟁하는 게 아닌 이상 함께 싸우는 동료라고 봐도 되지 않을까요? 같은 목표를 두고 경쟁한다고 해도 어깨를 나란히 하는 동료가 될 수 있어. 서로 경쟁을 하면서도 어깨를 나란히 한다라. 저도 그런 라이벌을 만나고 싶네요. 그러고 보니 라미엘은 벌써 목표를 정해둔 거야? 아니요. 아직 시간이 있으니까 신중하게 생각해보려고요. 그래도 벨 씨의 목표가 포르셀로이 W 엔진이라는 건
This is how you also tease your third season.
사실 나도
Character
아직
potentials.
목표를 못 정했어. 정말요? 그렇다기엔 방금 경품을 뚫어져. 농담이에요. 그럼 힘내세요.
But why would Tops
집에 가기
be
전에 정보를 좀 더 수집해 보자.
why would Tops be offering that as the #1 prize? No, better question, how did they get their hands on it in the first place? Hey. You're the guy in the weekly bosses. Oh gee, thanks, Hoyoverse, you already spoiled it. Brooding, Theron, Contestant. Yeah, well, nice seeing you too. She's like wearing a cloak in the same style as what's her name from Silk Song? Oh man, I already forgot her name. It's like she's staring at my soul. Okay. Oh, looks like they're here too. stick around a little bit. I didn't see the others. Dark wing angel, or it could be like a bird type. I think it might be a bird type based on feather-like assets. I wonder what her deal is. Doesn't take long for me to already be sus with the new faces around here. Some that could be friendly, potential allies, but then I'm kind of like wondering.
하루가 정말 길었어. 참 많은 일이 있었네.
나도 그래.
그래도 해결할 방법을 찾아서 다행이야. 포르셀로이 W 엔진 경품을 우리가 빌린 이 포르셀로이 장신구가 증상을 완화해 주니까.
And that was only part 1. And now they're here.
진짜 볼 거야?
I'm guessing they're gonna be reoccurring NPCs. Very interesting. Nah, they don't spell potential playables. Really? Still? Why not? Ugh, they're just dragging this on. Fine, I guess I'll just pull the gacha with 1% less boost. I do the same in Genshin. Except I don't really think about the characters. Alright. We are here. Wait. What's new at the store? New outfit. And of course, bundles. Lots of events. New stages, new challenges. Who will battle the next? Huh. 7-day login. Character trials. Alright, let's get this over with. The gacha has resetted. 90 pulls. I don't know how much I have in total, or how much I can pull. Well, anyways. Alright, good start. It's always starts off with the A's and B's. If I get my 50-50 loss, that's fine. Because today is only day 1. It's never too late. Plus, there's also phase 2. That's the one I'm more concerned about. Oh, sweet, I got the other W. Wait, did I already have that W engine at full? I feel like I do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do at full 5 stars. Keep pulling, keep pulling. Anton just shows up every now and then. And he didn't even get a boost chance. Oh sweet, I got another W engine. I'm not sure if I got that one at full. Alright. I'm out of polychromes. But I have, what are these called? Residual signals. I could have saved these to get one of the weapons, but I thought, no. If I already have all the weapons, just not at 5 stars. But that's why I have this. Or I usually whether it's Genshin or ZZZ, this is what I usually spend the residuals on. This is the master tape, right? Yeah. Same thing, and again, same deal with Genshin, like, you know, the star glitters. You know how long it took me to get the Amber? A long damn time. Like, to get the constellation for her. Remember, streamers, even if you see a 5-star S rank, never celebrate too early. Never. Because because 50-50 exists for a reason.
실례하겠습니다. 혹시 제가 도와드릴 일이 있을까요? 뭐든지요. 사공사로 와서 망상에 빠져봐.
I thank Miss Corin Wickies for giving me the gotcha luck. Well, my 50-50 has given me the luck. And my ritual, well, I guess it kind of worked. Nah, I think it was just luck. Well, now time to save for Phase 2. And I know Phase 2 is where my 50-50 will be at a loss. Because if you get lucky in Phase 1, Phase 2 will not be so merciful. Phase 2 is where they will be like, oh, you lost your 50-50? Well, you know what that means. Card swipe. Well, got lucky there. And look what I get at the end for getting all 3 members. I get a new dynamic wallpaper. And as such, you know what? I might as well. I think I change it from here, right? Yeah, might as well change it. I mean, you can only get this dynamic wallpaper for just getting all 3 members. And I feel like they're gonna do this again. Or hell, what if they do it with all the existing characters? Well, now that she's in, you know what that means? My resources are gonna go down. And also the grind. Oh dear. Despite being a stun, she doesn't need impact. She just needs anomaly, mastery, proficiency, and attack. How does that work exactly for a stun character? Oh, thank goodness I have this. I have a spare W engine for her. Speaking of W engines, hang on.
무슨 비밀 이야기라도 하려고?
Inventory. Yeah, no, I already have this in 5-star. Okay. Confirm, yes. And then... Yes, this was not at 5-star. Piper's main W engine. Okay. Oh yes, they ask of you, Battle Pass ask of you to do 50 polls so you can get some EXP on your Battle Pass.
아리아 차례인가요?
사람은 이제
점점 고민해. 응? 무슨 비밀 이야기라도 하려고?
Oh wait, that's not what I should be doing. Level up first. Ugh, ouch. My resources. I gotta grind for them again. What boss? Oh, it's a new boss, so I guess I'll do that tomorrow. Hers is either. But first, there's no data yet, so I wasn't able to find out. I didn't bother looking at the leaks on what disk drive would be best. Now that I think about it, though,
무슨 비밀 이야기라도 하려고?
the new disk drives that just dropped. Not that one. No, defense. No. Was it this one? No, she doesn't even do ice damage, so no, neither of these two apply to her. So if not being stunned, but a stunned character, but not sure, then I'm gonna have to look into the disk drives, which one's best suited for her. Starting off with reading
무슨 비밀 이야기라도 하려고?
what her passive stuff does. When it exceeds over 110, each point of initial mastery above, that increases her impact by 1. Okay, yeah, no, impact is there. When an enemy is stunned each time any character triggers a bloom, which is Aria, disorder damage or inflicts the anomaly attribute. Again, Aria does that. On an enemy, the enemy gains 1 stack vibrato. A single enemy can have up to 4 stacks. All vibrato stacks will be cleared. Trigger. During the same stun period, once vibrator has been cleared, the enemy cannot gain vibrato again. Her anomaly build-up rate increases by 20%, and her days dealt increases by 12, and all squad damage increases by 15% for 30 seconds. Repeat triggers. So I'm guessing you don't increase impact whatsoever, but rather her proficiency and her mastery. Hence why they're highlighted. Okay. So don't get impact, proficiency, and then mastery. Or mastery is up here, whichever. No, I think proficiency is down here. Well, but yeah, the disk drive, I'm gonna have to figure out which one it is, or which disk drive best suits for her. It's gonna be a busy day. I would switch to her, but the game story review won't let me. What sometime in the yeah, no, now would be a good time. I mean, yeah, the timing is just right. Yeah, gotcha pulls can be a nerve wrack, or a nervous wreck. But yeah, unless you know that you lost your 50-50 in the before, like in a previous banner, at least that means you're gonna get a pity. Because I think that has happened to me sometimes, like where I lose my 50-50, and when the banner gets expired, I'm like, oh well, wait for a rerun, but at least I can look forward to the next banner where it's guaranteed. But yeah, at least that's what I think how it goes. Well, it's gonna be fun to see how all three members of Angels of Delusion play all together. Because apparently there's like some neat little details when you have them all three together. Right. Alright, so with that, we shall call it a night. The update is alive, so good luck to everybody who is about to pull for the Phase 1 banner. And do not fret if you do not get the character, because hey, at least there is another new character in Phase 2 banner. So if you lose your 50-50, hey, you still have an open choice. Keep rolling for the current banner, or save it for Phase 2. But does it matter? Yes, because it depends on which character, which of the two new characters you want to pull for. And yeah, again, that's up to you. I don't call the shots, because hey, I didn't do the research on which of the two are better. But yeah, good luck to everybody. And if I made any of you jealous, I am so sorry. The RNG goddess, the ritual that I just pulled off. I mean, hey, the ritual doesn't always work. Hey, one time when I tried to do that in Mondstadt for Eula, it didn't work. So I had to pull her for through the pity. It's still a 50-50 chance if you try to pull the ritual, the Hoyoverse gotcha ritual. Go to the location of the characters. Whether it be the nation, their house, a specific house, or an establishment that they run. And yeah, who knows? Maybe it might work. But I'm saying it's a 50-50 chance still, overall. But aside of that, the story looks like we're in for a thrill of a ride, because now there's a fight championship going on, and something to do with some metal material that can ease Bell and Wise's condition. What is behind that? Plus, we got to see 3 new characters as a teaser for the next, maybe in the next update or season, who knows. But yeah, good to know that this is how Hoyoverse teases new characters. And it just makes you feel like I'm definitely gonna pull for them, even though you don't even get a chance to control them, or you only get to see them in action through like cutscenes. Still though, it works. It's a marketing tactic. Here's new character does some aura farming or something, and then it just makes you want them even more. You just want the current update to already get over with and let the next month come by quickly. Yeah, well, You're gonna have to wait 41 days until the next season. I mean, next update. And considering that this is Epilogue Part A, yeah, get ready for Part B to come by after 41 days. But that should give you plenty of time if you want to save your polychromes. If the banners of this update do not, if you think it's not worth pulling. That's how it goes in the in gacha games, live service gacha games. Anyways, yeah, I better get going. It's getting late, and yeah. So once again, good luck to all those who are gonna pull for today's banner, or for the next couple of weeks. And today is Monday, right? I thought this update was supposed to be Tuesday, but it's Monday. Well, now it's Tuesday, past midnight. But yeah. I will stream whenever I can. Yeah. I'll say that. Alright, you folks have a good day and a good night. See you, folks.